Thank you. Can I please get a motion to retire to executive session for the purposes of litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body is pending, probable, or imminent, 5 ILCS 120/2C11. 4B, the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, specific individuals who serve as independent contractors, or specific volunteers of the public body or legal counsel for public body, 5 ILCS 120/2C1. 4C, collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, 5 ILCS 120/2C2. And 4D, matters related to individual students per section 2C10.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Barbahan, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, absent. Mrs. Hickson.
Aye.
Mr. Ocampo.
Aye.
Ms. Patterson, absent. Ms. Graham.
Aye.
Mr. Belterra.
Aye.
Ms. Barbahan, aye. Motion carried. We are in closed session.
Thank you. In closed session at 5:41 p.m.
from her PSAT NMSQT, which she took in the fall of her junior year. This test was taken by students all over the United States last year. Around 30,000 students qualified at this level, and Maryland was one of them, so this is an amazing accolade. And so we want to present her with the certificate of recognition. Again, she earned the commendation level from the NMSQT, and we want to present this to her. She's here with her family tonight, and we could not be more proud. So congratulations, Maryland.
Are we not?
Stand up. Yeah.
Congratulations, sir. Excellent work. Excellent work, Mom. Congratulations.
Also, Maryland's academic advisor, her counselor, Ms. Lugo, I believe is here. Ms. Lugo? Would you come up and take a picture as well with us? Thank you. Ms. Lugo's worked with Maryland the past few years, so we want to give her a round of applause for all her guidance that she provided for Maryland as well. Yes.
Everyone, 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3.
Good evening, board. Tonight we would like to recognize 6 students who have achieved proficiency on the access test. I'm not sure if they're here tonight, so what we'll do is we'll read their names and applaud for them, and then if they're not here, then we can get their certificates to them. All right, the first student is Nia Sanchez. Anthony Rivera. Isabel Perez. Emilio Serrano Solano. Josue Alejos. And Cecilia Amial Cervantes.
What school?
I don't have their schools listed here.
Okay. Are they from a?
I don't have to look.
Is that it, Phil?
That is-
Yeah, that's
That's all.
it.
Okay,
Great.
thanks.
We have another honor that I would like to talk about today. Today is School Board Members Day, and it's a very, very important day. Actually, it's tomorrow, but we are going to honor our board members today because it's a very, very special day, and it's in many ways a thankless job. And our board members, as many of you know, they don't get paid to do what they do. They devote their time to the district, away from their homes, away from their families,
And it's a job. It's a job that they have committed to, and it has its happy moments, and it has its sad moments, its challenging moments. Like today was a very challenging day for our board members, and we were nonstop on the phone, running back and forth, as many of you know. Proviso West was a challenging day, and we will talk about it later on. But we made it through, and when you're working with high school students and you're working with moments of grandeur and moments of sadness, you have a lot of emotions that you're dealing with. And you have to have a lot of patience, and you have to have a lot of endurance, and you are a special person. And these people are special people because they are here for the students. And they're not only here for the students, but they're here for the entire community and for the parents. They are the connection out in the community. They let us know what the community needs and what they want. They are a connection to us, to our school. It is not an easy task. And without them, we would not be able to function and function well. And we truly, truly need them. It does take a family. We have to work together in collaboration to be successful. And sometimes we don't stop to think that, is it a job that we would like to do personally? And we think, oh, it's so easy, but it truly is not. Because they hear a lot of things. They hear a lot of negative things, things that happen out there. They get blamed for it. But how can they get blamed for what happens out there? They shouldn't, and they can't, because we're all people, and we try the best that we can to make things work, because they live in the community, and they want to make things work, to be better for our children, to be better for our communities, and above all, they also worry about the teachers, as I worry about the teachers. We want the best for our teachers, because we don't want them to go anywhere either. We want them to stay with us, and we want them to be happy and to be here for us and for our children. So that's another layer that's important that they have to worry about. And when they go home, they don't stop thinking about this place. So we are honoring you today, and we want to thank you for putting in all of the endless hours that you do, and we do appreciate you. I know all of us appreciate you, because I know you get a lot of phone calls. And I know teachers appreciate you because they call you and they talk about you. And they talk about you nicely and very well. And they say, I will talk to them and I'll let them know. And they say wonderful things about you. And I know they do because I hear it. So you are a special board, and we are honoring you, and I commend you. And under your desks, you have a little gift from me, and that is personally from me. And our gifts this year, my gift is small, but it's from my heart. And I hope you eat your chocolates and whatever's in there, and you think about me, because I do think about you, and I know how difficult it is for you. And we do have a certificate for you. And it does say, I can read it so everybody can see it. School Board Members Day 2023 honoring. The first one is Rodney Alexander on School Board Members Day 2023 for the dedicated leadership in education and continuing service to the children of this community. Proviso Township High School District 209. School Board Members Day, November 15th, 2023. Learn together and lead together. Congratulations, Board. Thank you for all you do. Rodney Alexander, please come forward. You are funny.
You're the next contestant. I just pass them out. I just want to read their names and just take them.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Okay. Amanda Brandt, our president. Mr. Ocampo, our vice president. San Gutierrez. Adele Patterson. Jenny Barberham. And Miss Sandra Hickson. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so. At this time, the Board of Education opens the floor for public comment. The board will receive public comment from any individual present this evening who has submitted a request to address the board for the established procedures. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes in accordance with Board Policy 230. We believe that all participants in the meeting desire the best outcomes for our students, families, and communities. As a reminder, this meeting is being live streamed and will also be archived and available on the district website.
First is Howard Ray.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Evening, sir.
From Boys of the Community, District 209 budget. As of August of 2023, District 209 had a surplus budget. And now, in just 2 months, board, you're telling us that the community, you got to move $38 million from our basic education fund. Why, board? Something is wrong with that picture. FMP, Facility Master Plan Fund. Please, will someone explain what happened to the Facility Master Plan Fund? Funds set aside specifically for building repairs. What happens to those funds? Board, have we really thought this plan out about moving $38 billion from our basic educational fund? Please, board. Revolving door. What is the revolving door? The revolving door is district constantly paying superintendents and principals to leave the district, and at the same time paying certain employees to come back to the district. That is the revolving door, folks. Now, large sums of money being paid out, did the revolving door and questionable payment made to certain vendors such as first student and payment to certain employees have an impact on why the $38 million funds are being moved or transferred from our basic education fund to the building fund. Board, please. And you wonder why students and teachers absenteeism double or triple in the last 2 or 3 school terms. Can't we get it? Can't we get it? The revolving door is your answer, folks. The revolving door does not allow for administration relationship building with teachers, students, or the community. Constantly paying out unearned or not deserved payment to certain people is a quick detrimental recipe for a doomed red budget and a recipe for the FOP, Financial Oversight Panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Howard Patterson. Good evening, audience, community members. The attempt has been made to silence me, but I work for you all. We used to have old business, new business, and so that they thought they were going to muzzle me, this is what they chose to do, so I'll do it this way. I work for 10 communities, and I will speak my mind. I will not be muzzled. I was told right before I was going to speak, they were going to give board members an opportunity to speak at the end, but adjourn is what's on here, so I don't trust it. My question is, I left my place of employ today because I had received so many phone calls in regards to a stabbing that took place at Proviso West. So I left work to come and see for myself. Because so many things are true, they try to sweep it under the rug. I want to know how many top administrators went over to Proviso West today in regards to this student stabbing. My other concern, and parents of many wanted to know Why didn't they even receive a robocall? They didn't even receive it until 2 p.m. When the stabbing actually took place at or around 10 a.m. this morning. Why were parents turned away when they arrived at Proviso West to try to get an understanding of what was happening with their students who had notified their parents? They were turned away. I was actually there when some parents came to the Welcome Center requesting the principal. Never showed up. You don't treat parents like that. Not for parents and students, none of our administrators would have jobs. I am a parent-student advocate before I'm a board member. That's what I do. I speak up for kids. I advocate for kids. I advocate for parents. Some of our parents don't know the educational lingo and get pushed out of the way. My job is to make sure they are heard. This situation attempt has been made to minimize. I don't know of any of us being in a medical position that we're able to say it was minor. Unless the doctor told the superintendent that it was minor, we don't know that. I want to know why this occurred at door 7. There's never any security there. I actually stopped and spoke to several students today, and my question was, are you afraid? Do you feel safe? And every last one of those students said no. My response to them is why? I don't feel safe because how did they get in here with a weapon? And we have a metal detector. I couldn't answer those kids. My other concern is the failure rate.
Thank you.
This past quarter is atrocious, people. Parents, you've got to stay on what's going on with your children. You have to, because they're failing them, or the students are not doing what they need to do. Everybody here work together.
You're up.
Media, there was something spoke about in the media. I'm a board member, I'm to speak. And they talked about absenteeism. I don't know if you guys know there's a direct correlation between student absenteeism and teachers' absenteeism. Parents,
Ms. Patterson, we're in the middle
hold
of
this Board of Education accountable. When you said you wanted new, you got new, but more of the same. Thank you.
Daryl Mitchell.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here from security guard at Proviso West. I think piggyback on what you said. We know the kids are safe, no matter what. We try our best. We try to appreciate that. You don't have 15 security guards on 34 doors. We have 3 buildings to secure. The athletic building, the lunchroom building, and the regular school building with 15 guards. And again, we need help. Mr. Luke, we've been asking for more security guards. When are we going to get it? And there's another thing, budget please. I need to know security budget because we are working tremendously hard. 50 guards at 45,000 is 2.25 million. We don't even have 50 guards in all 3 schools. 40 guards, it's only 2 million. What's up, guys? If I could do the math, you can too. Well, I'm saying just appreciate us. Don't throw us on the back burner, don't kick us in the basement, do all that. Y'all don't appreciate us. Because once we walk out this door, oh, y'all don't see what Proviso West and Proviso East and PMSA gonna look like. Thank you.
Kelly Jenkins.
Good evening, Board of Education.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Johnny Jake. I'm a graduate from Proviso West High School, 6-time All-State, state champion. And I have a winning track. I have a winning track program at Proviso West. And my concerns today is that no matter what I try to do for students at Proviso, the interest and the motives from some adults, it gets in the way. I have ran a successful track program that worked with the feeder schools to bring talent to Proviso for years. I never had an issue with security, never had an issue with securing and paying for facilities. I have not had any issues with security. For the past years or more, your facility managers and one of your head of security has purposely used their intimidation, their position, and they influence to my program. I feel that this is personal because of the certain loyalties and relationships that they have in this district. My loyalty has always been for the students and for the kids. I asked the board to look at these issues with the rates of using the facility, the changes depending on who is asked to use the facility. I'm asking the board to look into where the payments go for the facility usage. I asked for the board to look at the procedures and the policies for your facility managers and the heads of security use to decide who paid for what and who's it go to, and what's the need for security and how many people needed for security. I was told that I got a track meet December 9th, that I need 8 security officers. A board. I've been downstate since 1986. There's only 8 security officers at a state meet. I got kids from 5 years old that bring their parents with them to the track meet. And I'm standing up here today because I'm upset. I give my life to Proviso. I'm from Proviso West. And to get treated, everything they point fingers and say, well. I'm an alumni. I started, thank you. Can I get a couple more minutes, please?
I'm sorry.
If you email, you could get 5. When it's time email us, and you could get 5 minutes.
I'm just upset.
Thank you, Jenny, for that. Good evening, Madam President and board members. Tonight, I want to talk about our students, which is the reason why any of us are here. For many of our students, having an after-school job is not a luxury for a little extra cash. It is a necessity to help their families pay the rent or mortgage, pay the light bill, or buy that basic necessity food. For our students, the rise in the cost of living isn't a point to be comfortably argued over as a contractual point. It is a dire emergency as their families decide the heat or the electric will have to be paid that month. Our students do not have the luxury of advocating for an increase in pay in their jobs. To many of their employers, they are disposable. So our students go to their jobs, oftentimes taking in verbal abuse from people 2 or 3 times their age, or working in extremely unsafe conditions. Because they need the money to help their families, I say all this to remind us of why we are here. We are here to serve our students. With that in mind, I have to ask why the decree of all hands on deck is only applicable to teachers. Everyone knows that the best administrators are those that are willing to roll their sleeves and pitch in wherever, however necessary. So why is Proviso so short on those administrators? Administrators at our district have shown, despite being master teachers, some of them are willing to assist when their help may be necessary in security and testing. One has to ask if they are scared of our students. Despite being in charge of whole departments, they are more than willing to outsource professional development opportunities instead of actually providing the information to teachers themselves. Despite holding teachers accountable to answering district emails or parents' emails, they go radio silent when they are asked repeatedly for assistance or guidance regarding issues that affect thousands of our students.
For all the aforementioned issues, our students would lose their jobs. Today at Proviso West, we encounter a significant security and safety issue. District has known that we are short in security, so one has to wonder why there wasn't directed to jump in and assist. I can't think of any fifth floor meeting or email that is more important than ensuring that our students are safe on a daily basis. So here's what I'm going to do. I have a lunch. I have a plan. I can give up one of them to help our students. I'll get a security shirt, not tomorrow, because I'll be taking our kids on a field trip to the University of Chicago. I'll get a security shirt, and I'll be out there with our security, because that's what we need. So I challenge our administrators, how are they going to step in and help us? Because we need it. We need it. It's all hands on deck, and not just ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Darian Johnson?
Hello. My name is Darian Johnson. I'm from Proviso West Security staff. I've been a part of, I've been employed with Proviso since 2012. So I got about 10 years in. I took about a year and a half off and I'm back. I just want to talk about like the pay and like my guy Mitch said, we're doing a hell of a job at West. I only had 15 security guards. I was, greeted by Della earlier. She did come. We had a little conversation. She was there. We had a little, back and forth. And I just let her know, it's hard to cover 35 doors with 14 security guards and 2 that stationed in the cabin. That's hard, And I just wanted to talk about, like, we need more security guards. We need more diverse, diversity in our security guards, too. Because we have a huge Hispanic kids that go to both schools now, within a year and a half. It's quite a few. So the pay is we're underpaid and overworked. And like I said, I've been here for 10 years. A couple of you guys' faces are familiar, a couple. But like I said before, this is a few of us. We all on the same page, and we need people to work with us. We need the administration, the board, everybody to work with us right now. We're not pointing a finger. We just said we need help. We need a better pay. The system is flawed. 22 and 26 pay scale for a 10-month employee is very flawed. For that salary, I want you guys to look at that salary, look it up, and ask yourself, is that a full-time pay scale for a full-time employee at Proviso Township? Just look at it. Just look at the number and ask yourself. It's like a rhetorical question, but ask yourself. Because these guys, we work hard every day. And we've been told we work through breaks. We 2 15-minute break and a 30-minute break, sometimes we work through it. Because a kid might be arguing with another kid, or we might be on break and we have to deal with something in the break room, like today. Ms. Martinez, she was with me earlier. She had seen me on break and she had asked me what something's going on. And I'll talk to her through my break. Because it's still a job, but, we're at the school. We're dealing with other kids. We're pillars of the neighborhood, the security. The first time, when the kids come in the building, the people that they see, it's us. Before they see anybody. And we secure the building for the kids, the faculty, the staff, and the patrons that come in. And ourselves. I didn't like that earlier. That's why I'm here. Like I said, I've been here 10 years. I've never been to a board meeting. My 3 minutes up. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Marsha Watson.
Hello, distinguished board members.
Hello.
I'm going to introduce myself or reintroduce myself. My name is Marsha Watson. I have been with the district for 23 years. I was the former president for the support staff where I represented and I advocated for many, but never for myself. On tonight, I come to you for myself. On the agenda, there's items for support staff to be paid, special payroll to be given a 2% raise. I am the payroll coordinator / financial journalist for the district for the last 3 years. Up until 2 months ago, I have solely been paying people and been responsible for that myself. I made sure everyone in the district was paid from your lowest paid person to your highest paid person. Every person received a raise. I am being told that I am not eligible for a 2% cost of living raise because my salary on July 1st was trued up. I didn't get a raise because I got a raise. I got a raise because I was terribly underpaid for the last 3 years. I've dedicated time, hours that no one can get back. I put in days and nights and hours, sleepless, and I made sure every person in this district got paid. I roll over 4 weeks vacation every year because I'm unable to take off. I had surgery. The day after I had surgery, I was on the phone 5 hours while I walked someone through payroll. So I give up my time. But when I see a person with 23 years and I'm told I'm not eligible, but I see someone with less than a year who is being told that they can get a 2% raise, I wasn't given 4 weeks vacation. I earned those 4 weeks when I took the job. When I came into the position, I had 4 weeks vacation. Nobody gave me that when I came in the door. I don't get a chance to come in and work 4 months, 6 months, and then you give me 4 weeks. I earned everything I get. I work hard, and I do not agree that I am not eligible for a cost of living 2% raise. When I come here, my gas costs the same as everyone else. When I go to the grocery store, I pay the same as everyone else. I find it insulting that if, when approved, I am going to be the one asked to make sure I get everybody paid. So the one person who's asked to make sure everybody gets a raise and paid is not eligible is insulting. So I come to you tonight for the first time as a union of one to represent myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gillespie?
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
I initially came to speak about adults and pay raises. And in light of today's events, I'm changing it and choosing to speak about how as adults it's our responsibility to raise the bar for our students. When did we as an educational community get to the point where we're so willingly sacrificing the educational livelihood of thousands of students that want to be in our buildings for a few hundred that do not take advantage of the resources and opportunities we lay out in our schools each day? When did we as an educational community get to the point where we treat accountability and discipline as dirty little words when in fact they're vital parts of real life? When did we as an educational community set the bar so low for our students that they don't jump over it, they trip over it? And then what do? We set it lower and then help our students build in more excuses and find more people to blame for why they can't be successful. As a Board of Education, I'm asking that you set aside and truly look at what policies and procedures need to be put into place from the district, not the building level. We need policies and procedures that hold parents, students, administrators, and staff accountable for what each of our roles are in this educational relationship. Policies and procedures for safety, attendance, truancy, interventions, and if need be, alternative placements need to be prioritized, researched, created, supported, and communicated from the top so that when it's time to enforce them, the support from the top will be there. Back to the adults. Teachers, we have to stop being afraid to speak up to students, to parents, to the community. If something's wrong or not being done in the right way for the students that sit in front of you each day, call it out. If you have to think about it, pretend like this is the district you send your kids to. Call it out. Board of Education, we have to stop making decisions based on what's good for voters and what's good for our students. We have to be fair, equitable, and understand what's best for our schools. The last few years have left us fragile. We need to set policies and procedures, set expectations, and stand by them. Back to the raises. I'm all for money being put into our security staff, both in numbers and pay. However, we need quality personnel and leaders. We need more than just warm bodies, but people that are trained to be firm and knowledgeable about how to work in school populations. We need security leaders that are educated on how to effectively use the staff they have, communicate and provide data to the board and community on interventions, safety protocols in place, and how they're being used. Again, to the board, I have no issue with cost of living. If the admin earned it, they earned it. What I take issue with is with admin that claim children are their business, yet on things like testing days, they complained about testing and helping students was not their business. I take issue with admin saying that they're master teachers and know everything about being in the classroom, but rip their arms off when we need subs or extra help in the classes or hallways. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Modesto? Ms. Delgado?
Good evening, board. Good evening. Cynthia Modesto. She has a son at West who is a sophomore, and she shared some things with me that she wanted the board to know. Ms. Modesto's son has been assaulted several times by the same student, but Proviso West has not expelled that student or given the mom an update by the school or police as to what will happen with the individual. Mom also stated that a student who was removed from West gets into the building with an ID that is borrowed from other students. Mom would like help with this situation and for the school to provide the reports of the assault so she can file a police report. Mom states that she would also like to know how the knife used in today's assault at Proviso West even made it into the building. Thank you.
Sí, añadió lo de la navaja. Sí, por la navaja y la que se
Did she have more she wanted to say?
No, that's everything. I'm just waiting for the next.
Okay.
Thank you. Montez Valente?
Board members, today with you, I have Ms. Montserrat Valente. Her son was jumped in the Proviso West locker room by another student. She doesn't know why this incident occurred. She was simply called and told to pick up her son. The following day, she did not send her son to school, so several students jumped her son's friends since he was not at school. There was an incident on the second floor where it was one student fighting against 4 or 5. There was a security guard there that did help, but another security guard that did not protect the student that was getting beaten, kicked, punched, thrown, and badly assaulted. Mom states she has videos that she can provide of this. The same day, the other friend was taken to the bathroom and beaten up. Mom says this is mob violence and not acceptable. She has tried to call Proviso West several times, but no one ever answers the phone there. Students are not provided reports of these assaults. Mom then tried to go to pick up her child at Proviso West, but she was not allowed to go to the school, and no one opened the door for her. The hallways are not safe. The bathrooms are not safe. Please fix Proviso West. Thank you.
Que en estos días yo espero que tenga una respuesta de cómo entró la navaja a la escuela. Soy familiar de Cris Ramos y quiero una respuesta porque yo he metido complaints varias veces y no voy a esperar a que agredan a otro de mis hijos o mis sobrinos.
Mom said that in the following days she would like an answer as to how the blade got into the school, if that could be provided to her. She says she's related to Chris Ramos, and that she wants an answer and she wants Proviso West to get better before another one of her family members gets hurt.
Entonces, le doy estos días porque si no voy a tener que buscar un abogado porque es demasiado.
She says she has a few days left in her to be able to get an answer. Other than that, she said she'd like to get an attorney to help her solve this issue.
Porque la policía nunca me llama para darme una respuesta.
Because the police will never help her getting an answer, and they want her to provide school records that she does not have.
Y seriamente quiero saber cómo entró la navaja si se supone que demandamos a nuestros hijos a un lugar seguro.
And she really wants to know how the blade got into the school when she sends her kids to be safe in school.
Entonces espero la llamada entre mañana y pasado.
And she's giving us 48 hours.
Okay, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. At this time, we will have reports and communication from our superintendent of schools, Dr. Bessie Carvelis.
We will begin our first presentation with Dr. Hill and her team.
Good evening, everyone. We will begin with the tax levy presentation, and that will be presented by Mr. Moody.
Good evening, President Grant, members of the board, and members of the Proviso community. I'm here tonight to discuss the tax levy. I'm going to jump around a little bit here. But for the benefit of those who may not be familiar with the levy, this slide shows that the levy is our primary source of funding. 63% of the fiscal year 24 budgeted revenues come from property taxes. In fact, many people would say that levying taxes is one of the most important actions of the board because only the board has the authority to levy taxes. Now, this slide really speaks to the amount of taxes that we're able to levy. The amount that you can levy is governed by the tax cap law, which is known as PTEL, the Property Tax Extension Limit Law for Cook County. Now, this law limits the amount of increase from year to year to either 5%, or rather the lower of 5%, or the rate of inflation as measured by the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. And historically, the amount of increase from year to year has been below 5% because inflation has been less than 5%. So tax increases have been limited. Only in the last 2 years has inflation increased to the extent that we're bumping into that 5% cap. Now, as the board considers how much to levy, I want to take a look at some of the factors that really impact what we need to do. So as you consider what to levy, one of the issues is the adequacy of our fund balances. And so one of the challenges that we face is that fund balances are currently a little lower than normal due to the need to set aside funds to support our construction commitments. Another factor to consider is the growth in labor costs. Labor costs have been increasing, particularly in most recent years, due to the growth in inflation. And in addition to that, the condition of our facilities has to be considered. Our facilities still require significant investment going forward. Based on these needs, we will be recommending levying the maximum amount. Now this chart shows what the plan is for the levy this year. $72.1 million was budgeted in the fiscal year 24 budget. The chart in front of you shows that we will be asking the county for slightly more than that because we are allowed to tax new property. And so the amount of new property isn't known at the time of the levy, so we have to estimate an amount based on historical patterns for what we think new property will be, and that is added into our 5% request. So what you see before you, the 73.7 million that we are requesting is actually 6.3%. It's not 5%, it's 6.3%, but only because we've added an allowance for new property. I want to show here the legal requirements that we need to comply with in order to establish the levy. First, we're having our tentative presentation, that's what we're doing tonight, explaining what our ask is going to be. And then on or before December 1st, we're going to have to publish a truth in taxation notice in the newspaper to let the public know that this is taking place. And then on December 12th, we will have a public hearing and an adoption of the property tax levy. And if approved, that's got to be filed with the county clerk's office no later than December 26th, the last Tuesday of the year. One last thing we need to do to be in compliance is we're required to show our fund balances. And so this slide puts us in compliance. One thing that I would like to note is that these were the balances as of June 30th, the end of our fiscal year. Of course, since that time, you know, the district has made a transfer out of the educational fund and into the capital projects fund in order to support the commitment that we have made for the FMP, the construction program. So at this point, this really concludes the presentation. I would like to acknowledge the team that worked on this. It was a collaborative effort. Dr. Hill, Dr. Grossi, Dr. Stark-King, we all worked together to produce the numbers and to review the levy. It can get complicated. It's great to have multiple sets of eyes take a look at that. So that concludes the presentation, and if there are any questions, the floor is open.
Yes, can you go to the last slide? I saw for the operations and maintenance fund. Can you elaborate on that?
We spent a little more money than we expected, and so operations and maintenance fund did go negative at the end of the fiscal year. But with the fiscal year 24 budget, we are adjusting what we're levying, and we're providing additional support to that fund. But we also expect that those expenses will come down in the operations fund going forward. So we are in compliance now, and we will be going forward.
Can you also explain to the community what happens when you transfer money from the education? Can you describe what the educational fund is and what happens when you transfer money from the educational fund? What's really happening?
Well, the education fund is the fund that it funds our educational operation. Teachers, curriculum, really is the core of what we do. And in order to support the capital program, we took a surplus from the ed fund and transferred that to the capital program. So as a result, the ed fund balance is much lower currently. But we still have the funds that we operate, but we're watching it closely. We're watching it on a month-to-month basis to make sure if there's any adjustment that we need to make, that we can bring that to the board for your consideration.
So you're telling me that we're not buying books, instead we're fixing buildings? Is that what you're telling me, or, because that's what it sounded like?
Well, I'm sorry if it sounds that way. In reality, we're buying books and fixing buildings. We're doing both. But things are getting a little tight.
I have a question. So the rate is, what is it, 5%? Is that the tax levy?
That's the cap rate.
The cap rate, it's capped at 5%, but we're asking for 6.3?
Yes.
Okay. Also, a lot of properties within Proviso have experienced an appreciation, if you will, right? So are we expecting to see more revenue from increased property taxes this year or the following year?
Well, the levy that we're putting in place now, we won't receive those funds until later next year. But we're capped at 5%, so 5% is the most that we can increase. We're asking for 6.3% because we're allowed to tax new property that comes on the roll. And so 5% is for existing property. And so we have to ask an additional amount to make sure we're getting the taxes on the new property.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. I did hear you say that you had a team of people. Have you done levies in the past?
I have.
Did you have a team?
Not always.
Okay, so is it that complicated that you, because we're paying out money. Is what, 4 of you guys, 5 of you?
Yes.
To do the levy? Okay.
Well, it's a collaboration, and it's helpful to have additional sets of eyes.
You need that many?
Well, maybe business managers collaborate just to have another set of eyes on it, but, you know.
Okay.
Quick question, Mr. Moody. What is the amount that we were supposed to allocate for the capital improvements project per year? Once we capped out of the 70 some odd million, we had projected an amount that we needed to say securely so that we could roll that over. And could you clarify for the public that everything in the school district comes out of the education fund? I think there's a misunderstanding that there's a separate fund called the education fund. But underneath all of those funds, if I'm not misunderstanding, everything within a school district starts in the education fund. That's the overall umbrella. And then everything that comes out to pays for the district comes out of. So anything that comes out or is paid out comes out of the education fund, if I'm correct, Mr. Moody.
So the education fund really encompasses our core education activities. We have separate funds for transportation, we have separate funds for operations and maintenance, and et cetera. But the ed fund is our primary fund. And certainly if there is a need in another fund, we do have the opportunity and the ability to make transfers between funds. But our main operation is teaching and learning, and most of that happens in the ed fund.
And the amount that we were supposed to?
Well, at one point, there was a requirement to transfer $4.5 million per year, I believe, from the ed fund to the capital fund. A few years back, we suspended that because we had surpluses, but now things are tighter, and we're making adjustments we feel are necessary today to make sure that both the ed fund and the capital fund are properly resourced.
Within the 5-year financial plan we just proposed to the public, we had an $11 million project, if it was somewhere around that number, for the 23-24 budget.
That's correct.
Is that included within this projection, or is that under consider, or has that been factored in already?
Well, that was the snapshot at that point in time.
Into the fiscal year 20?
Into the fiscal year, so.
So you're saying between July and now, that's changed?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no more questions, that concludes the tax levy presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Good evening again, everyone. For your review, in your packets, you do have the month-end report for the month of October, the treasurer's report. And you also have the bill list. Are there any questions regarding the bill list? Okay. Are there any questions regarding the past due bill list? Yes, ma'am.
Just really quick, I know, I had mentioned this, the copy that the board is looking at right now, just for the public's information. We have the invoice dates for these past due bills.
Yes.
We're gonna go ahead, if we could just make a note, Ms. Logano, to substitute this for the one that's on the website, in the online board book, so everyone can see that.
Amen.
Thanks. Any question? No? Okay.
The next slide is regarding our band program. Last month board meeting, our students approached the podium regarding the status of their instruments. So on October 31st, Principal Hull and myself met with Mr. Sills. And at that time, he shared what his priorities were at that time. So he stated to us there are instruments that he needs to purchase for his program for the upcoming year. And he also stated, due to the makeup of his band every year, the needs varies. With that being said, he requested for us to rent some instruments. And so that was the proposal. So we will be purchasing some instruments, and we will also rent some instruments for Proviso East School. We also shared at that time his budget, that he does have funds set aside for uniforms as well. In addition to meeting with Mr. Sills, because those were the priorities at that time based on that board meeting, I also met with Mr. Atcher as well at Proviso West. And Mr. Atcher has shared with me that he has his supplies, his band instruments that he needs for the year, and there are some miscellaneous items that he is in need of that we will work with him as well. Are there any questions regarding the band instruments? And, oh yes.
Just really quick, I wanted to comment. Last month, we had a lot of students and some alumni come forward and speak about their passion and their concern for the band program at East, which was very much appreciated. I worry that we put a little bit of, there was some undue stress put on students in that situation because the money is there. So I just want to make sure that, you know, teachers, if you're needing supplies, let's make sure we're going up the chain of command to ask if we have that money, because we don't want to put these kinds of burdens or stresses on students if there's no cost to. This was a problem with a very, very easy solution had we known. But we're glad it's here and we're glad to get them the supplies they need.
And so this evening, we have several action items. One is the approval of the tentative acceptance of the tax levy based on the presentation that Mr. Moody presented, approval of the bill list for the month of October, approval of the past due bill list, and last but not least, the action item for the approval of the musical instruments proposal that is in your packet as well. And that concludes the financial update for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. And it's my understanding that the updated past due bill notice has already been posted online, so for anyone watching at home or checking on their computers or laptops or phones here, you can see exactly what the board is seeing up here. Thank you.
And again, good evening, board. What we're going to see tonight are the Illinois report cards from our three principals. All three principals are going to explain the report card for their schools, and I'm going to explain the report card for the district. So the principals are going to go through their schools individually. And here we have the summative designations of the Illinois report card and how the Illinois State Board of Education calculates it. This year is the first time that they have 5 designations. We never had intensive support. This is the first, how did that happen? It's a touch screen. Okay, I have to be careful. It's the first time we have intensive support. The second one is comprehensive support. The third one is targeted support, commendable, and the top one is exemplary. So how do they figure that out? 75% of the score is based on the English language arts proficiency, 7.5%. The math proficiency is 7.5%. My goodness. Science proficiency is 5%. The graduation composite, they add the 4, the 5, and the 6-year graduation rate together to get 50%. And then the English learner progress to proficiency is the 5%. The student quality and student success indicator is also added, which is the chronic absenteeism, the climate survey that we previously went through, and the 9th grade graduation on track, which is 8.33%. So what do we have here? English language arts proficiency on SAT. We have here, in 2019, the meets and exceeds category, at that time we were at 16%. And now in 2023, oh, I touched it again. 2023, we came to 13.5, so we had dipped. But it's interesting to look at from 22 to 23, we were at 11.2, and we did go up a bit to 13.5. We want you to pay attention to the second quartile. We have 38% of our students in the second quartile. And last year we had 36% of our students. This is the group that we want to focus on to make sure we get that second quartile up to the top quartile. We are pretty low here. These are our tier 2 and tier 3 students that we hope with our new project that we are working with our MTSS director to focus on those kids. And then the second quartile with the programs that we put in, we're gonna hope to boost them up to the first and second quartile and meet and exist. Meet and exceeds. This is the part where we want our students to be. So if you notice here, 38, we were at 35, oh, I keep touching it, 35, 41, and we were at 34. So this is the brown part that we want to push up. The next one, English language arts proficiency on the SAT for our black population. They were at 11% in 2019, and now in 2023, we were at 9%. So we made a jump there as well. They were at 6.3% meets and exceeds, and they jumped to 9%. So notice there that we have 35% in the second quartile, actually 36%. They were at 32% last year. Oh, I keep touching it.
Step away. Step away.
Is that what you're right? If I step away, I won't touch it. So we have 36% in the second quartile. Last year we had 32% in the second quartile. Why is the 36 percentile quartile increasing? Because right here, if you notice, 61% last year in the bottom quartile. We are reducing the bottom quartile, which is good. The bottom quartile is reducing. So we are losing the bottom quartile, and we're happy about that. So we are getting more at the top of the quartile. We want to reduce that quartile as well. The next one is our Hispanic students. 14% in 2023. They also went up from 22. They were at 13%, we went up to 14. Big jump from 2019, they were at 19%. Not that big. We were much better than 2019. But we're getting there. We're getting there. And in math, and our students that are IEP students, 2.8 in 2019, 1.3. That is the subgroup that we have to work on. We are losing that group of students. Most of our students are down at the bottom quartile. So that's the part that we really, really have to focus on because nobody is in the needs category. Students with disability, again, that's another group that we have to work on. This group, math. Math is our weak link. If you notice here in 2019, we were at 13%. In 2023, meets and exceeds, we are at 9%. In 2022, we were at 12%. We took a huge dip from 22 to 23. But if you notice here, the second quartile was almost the same. 18% in the second quartile. We lost 1 percentage point. But we increased the bottom quartile. So it's the bottom that is increasing. Our black population, we were at 8.3 in 2019, 5.2 in 2023. In 2022, we were at 6%. So we dropped 1 point from 22 to 23. Notice the bottom quartile. A lot of our kids are at the bottom quartile. They're not even at the second quartile. So we have a lot of work to do in the math. Our Hispanic population, same thing. A lot of work in the bottom quartile. Very few students in the second quartile. Very few students in the meets and exceeds category. They were at 16% in 2019. We lost them. In 2023, 10%. We were 15% in 2022. So we have to do something about our math. And again, our IEP students. We have 2022, we have 5%. We have none for 2023. Notice the yellow part. All of our students are in the bottom. Same thing with that. This is our science assessment. Now we're doing a lot better in the science. In 2019, 2021, we didn't have it in 2019. In 2021, 13% we exceeded, and 25% in the second quartile. So we are doing a little better there. Notice the big jump here, 30% in 2022. But we did take a dip in 2023, and that was 20%. Our black students, 9.6 in 2021, 18.7, 19% in 2023, and 19.6 in 2022. So they're doing pretty well, not bad, very, very close, very, very close, almost the same. So we need to focus on that. 29% in the second quartile, so we can push that group up, and we can get them there. It's 1 or 2 points, 1 or 2 questions to get them from here to there. It's not that hard for us to do. And we had 43% there. So we can do this. We can get them there. The Hispanic population, they were at 13.4% meeting and exceeding, 34.5 here. If you notice that, we had 5.2 at the very top exceeds column. And meets column, 29.3. So they're basically doing pretty well. 44% in this quartile, 29% in that quartile for this year. So they did a lot better. 17, 18.7, 19%. So we could still get them there. There is clearly a big difference, but we can get them there. Our IEP students, 7% in 2023. Look at how low that was, 1.2. So they're getting there. Last year they were at 9%. We dipped a little there. But still, the second quartile is not that bad. We can push them up there. And our students with disability, the same thing. They were at 4.3, 2022, 7.8, 7.1. We dipped a little there. So our 4-year graduation rate, we have done extremely well there. Look at in 2019, 76.1, 2020, 83, 21, 81, 80%, and an all-time high of 88% in 2023. Doing very well in that category. So here we have our graduation rate with all our demographics. 2019, the whole district 76%, our black students 78%, our Hispanics 75%. The whole district 83, our black students 83, our Hispanic 85. All of our demographics are doing well. All of our categories. Look at that. All of our kids are graduating. Doing very well. Now here we have our kids with the access scores. All our ELL students. I want to bring your attention to our students and the number of students, the population. Look at this. In 2019, 555 students. In 2020, 546. 21, 585. 22, 766. 2023, 793. Our population is growing quickly and very, very fast. The top is the percentage of students that have met the access proficiency. Once they hit the score of level 5 or level 6, that's the bridging and reaching, then they can go into a regular English class. That's where we want our students to be. These children in the green, that's where they are, in the bridging and the reaching, in level 5 and level 6. When they get a score of 4.8, they can go into the bridging and the reaching. And that's the category that we want our kids to be in. So that's what we're looking at. And the other ones are developing and beginning and entering. So we have 51% there, 28.5 there, 9.4. Our kids for 2023, and notice of course you have a lot more kids. In 793 students, you have 10% at the bottom that are entering and beginning, and then you have the developing stage right there, and then of course the bridging and the reaching. So here, our chronic absenteeism for our district, and don't forget now, 10% or more of the total number of students is what chronic absenteeism is. In 2019, we were at 46%. Not good. 66.4. This is our 9th grade on track. Doing well in that category. Here we have all our students. The yellow is all our students. The black is this middle line, the light gray. And then our Hispanic population is 77%. In 2019, we had 72% for all our students, 65% for our black students, and 77% for our Hispanic. Let's jump over to 2023. Look at that, 73%, 72%, 75%. All our kids are doing well when they come in. So what is that telling you? That's telling you that our middle schoolers are doing their job. They're coming here prepared. When they come into a freshman class, they're doing okay. And they're working hard. Somewhere along the line, we have to give them more rigor. We have to push them through. And we have to concentrate and focus on their instruction, on their math. We need to do a better job in English language arts and math when they go up to their fresh sophomore year. So we're getting them there. They're where they're supposed to be. They're on track. But what's happening in the sophomore year? That's what we have to stop and question. Okay? Thank you. Proviso East. You're next, my friend. No, you want this one? You don't have to come here. I just don't like to sit back there. You can sit back there if you want. You can do what you want.
Okay. So what you just did was the district?
I just did the district. So each principal is doing their own school now, with their own data. I just did the overall for the district. So now that you're gonna see their actual school. Here you go.
Dean President Grant, fellow board members, members of the audience, district staff, and my security tank to my right from Proviso East. I'd like to share a snapshot. I know Dr. Carvalho did a district-wide snapshot of where the district has scored the last 5 years. I'll be presenting on Proviso East. We have an overall slide here. Our sum-up designation for this last school year was targeted. I think, as Dr. Carvalho has pointed out, they have 5 levels to it now. Right now, we're at level 3. We're trying to get commendable, and that's been our driving focus for this school year. I'll start with our 9th grade on track, and just will give you a 5-year snapshot of where Proviso East has scored the last 5 years in terms of our scores from 2019 to 2023. In 2019, 9th grade on track was 57%. It dropped in 2020, started rising again in 2021. 2022, when everyone came back off the pandemic, we had 44% last year. We scored at 65%. Right now, we're currently at about 77% with the freshmen on track. We are tracking it and sharing this data with the students and with the teachers weekly so that they can see the data and kind of where we are. And so we give them a different grade level breakdown in terms of where they're scoring. That's pushed out to all of the teachers just so we can look at where the kids are scoring and keeping our percentage up and making sure that we're supporting our students. As Dr. Carvalho said, the freshmen are doing a lot better as they've done the last few years. We're just short of 500 freshmen. We have 499, and we're really trying to work with them to make sure that they stay on track. Our graduation rate as well the last 5 years as we've been tracking it. In 2019, graduation rate was 67%, 2020, 76%, 2021, 71%, 2022, 72%, and last year we scored at 83% with our graduation rate. Our goal for this year is 90%, and so that's our drive and our push. We're making sure that our seniors make it across the stage either in June or at the August graduation. And so we're really supporting and pushing our students to really stay on track and making sure that they make the gains that they need to make over the course of the year. ELA proficiency is where we need to do the most work, ELA and math, and you look at it over the 5 years in terms of the lowest two quartiles where the preponderance of our students are scoring with 48 and 37% of the students at the lowest 2 levels of partially meeting and approaching, all the way up through 2023 where 56% and 38% of the students are still in those 2 lowest quartiles, and our ELA proficiency of meets and exceeds is at 5%. Math, similarly, most of the students scoring at the bottom 2 quartiles from 2019 through 2024. Math has gotten progressively worse over the last few years with the percentage of students that are partially meeting increasing and the number of students that are meeting and exceeding is rising, but not at the rate that we needed to. And so we really just started looking at what we're offering and making sure that we're offering 4 years of math as opposed to what's been offered here at the district, where we've been offering 3% at 3 years of math in at East and at West. And so we looked at the offering and we started to offer a 4th year, and we wanted to make sure to build with the staff the way we can provide the supports needed for the students in the LA and math. Science, as we started looking at that data, we went from looking at, making sure we tested the students, really just breaking it down, looking at where the students were scoring, making sure that our course offerings were in line with what the state was expecting. The students were scoring the Illinois Science Assessment. And again, with the preponderance of the students scoring in the lower quartiles, we wanted to make sure that what we were offering was in line with the standards that were being assessed on the Illinois Science Assessment. And so, in working with the coordinators and meeting with the departments, we really started to align our resources with what the state was expecting from us, and working with the PLCs in all 3 areas to make sure that we're supporting our students and making sure that they're being successful with the standards being assessed. For our students that are taking the weakest access scores and the students that need the most support, whether we're looking at them as a subgroup or we're just looking at them as probably 3/4 of the population of the school, how we're supporting them and making sure that they're being successful on this dynamic learning assessment that they take. The students from 2019 to 2022, the percentages have increased in terms of the students in the lowest quartiles, but the population has also increased, and we're still enrolling students and making sure that they're taking the WIDA and access assessments and making sure that we have the supports there. We do need to bring in more teachers that can support this population of students, and in those areas, then you'll see the data change, where the students are getting all of the supports that they need as they enter Proviso East and they move across the grade levels. It's the same in math. The students come in, they have significant needs and deficiencies that we have to address. The numbers have increased, not as much in math as they did in ELA, but the students are still scoring at the lowest quartiles, and we need to get those students to move across from over the 3 to 4 years that they're at Proviso East. Science, similarly, same breakdown. Students are scoring in the lowest quartiles for students that have the most need. And again, in working with all of the departments and making sure we're addressing the needs of the students and making sure we have supports there, we're really working to get those students there. It's not so much that, the teachers are not working hard to support the students. It's really just trying to meet them where they are and get them where we need them to be by the end of the school year when they take these assessments throughout the years, as long as they're in that program. Chronic absenteeism has increased as we start looking at the measurements for the state and how chronic absenteeism is measured and providing the supports. We did make a lot of changes to really address it. Even in terms of just communication with families and making sure the parents understood that, although we want to support vacations and things like that, it's important for students to get to school on time and to have a daily attendance and be present. We set a goal for this year for the students to miss 5 days or less, and that's the goal that we've been pushing the whole quarter. We also provided awards and incentives for the students quarterly. I think we had 197 students that had perfect attendance for the first quarter, so those students will be recognized next week at the award assembly. We also had, for the A honor roll and A and B honor roll, we had 2 categories for those students as well. That's not on here, but when we start looking at the grade distribution and looking at how our students scored, the grade distribution is pushed out to the teachers weekly in our newsletter, just so they can see how the kids are scoring. And, although we love to have a perfect pie where the perfect pie I would think where 75% of the students are getting A's, B's, and C's, but more reflective of Proviso East right now is where we almost have 20% in every category, and the D and F category it has significantly decreased as the quarter went on, and we closed out the quarter. I will say that, at the 5th week, as we were really getting into the groove of where we are, those numbers looked a lot different, but as we reported on them weekly to the teachers and to the students and just pushed for them to make better strides, we did see a better turnout at the end of the quarter. I think we had 167 students that made A and B honor roll, which is significantly less than what we had last year. Last year we were hitting close to 250, but as Dr. Carvalho said, the rigor that we've been putting in really just not making sure kids get A's and B's, but also that they learn. We had 32 students that made straight A's for the first quarter, and those students will be recognized. Thank you.
I have a question. If you look at early students, what is the percentage of failures in the core courses? The core courses, what is the percentage of failures?
I have, that's not represented in the slide because we broke it down by, in one of the newsletters went out. At the end of the quarter, 20% of the students failed English, 29% failed math, 25% failed science, and 19% failed social studies.
Wow.
Ms. Patterson, though, as I said, the numbers, if I went back 3 or 4 weeks, and one of the reports I gave Dr. Carvalho, and we worked with the departments, and really, the kids turned it on at the end, and really made sure that, part of it is teachers really working with students, and as the students were getting acclimated to the school, but there was one point in the quarter around the 4th or 5th week where it was 38%. And so to get the percentages down to 19 and 20%, which, I mean, it's not the perfect pie. We had 20% A's, 20% B's, 20%, across the board. It would be equally distributed, but that was still, 40% of the students at the DNF rate. So, that's where we kind of talking about what supports we're providing to those students, whether it's tutoring during lunch, tutoring after school, Saturday tutoring, and things like that. Just make sure that the kids understand what we're expecting them to do. And those are the conversations we're having.
Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Hall? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, distinguished board, Superintendent Corrales, all board members, I'm sorry. Good evening, thank you for having me here. So today I am sharing same data that Mr. Hall just shared, and I'll kind of talk you through that as well. This too here, this house or school represents the percentages for our school report card. In the following slides, we'll give examples of where we currently are at Proviso West. And then at the end, talking about some of the things that we're doing to use research-based practices to make an impact on student learning outcomes. The first slide here is our English Language Arts proficiency on SAT. You can see from 2022 to 2023, we obviously strive for meets and exceeds for all of our students. And we did see that last year we were at about 22.4% for meeting and exceeding, and this year we did see an increase, 3.9% for meets and 0.8% for exceeds. So we are pleased that we saw some growth in that area, but we know that there's a lot more growth that our children deserve. Our next area is for our African American students. Here we see two that we had last year, approximately 1.2% in meets and exceeds. And this year we have seen a nice gain already for 3.8%. So once again, that is our goal, and every single decision we make is to put these practices in place and support our teachers so that we can really see the results for our students. The next slide here is for our Hispanic students. We too saw a gain for our Hispanic students in the last few years, as you can see. And we are strategically targeting how we can better support our Spanish-speaking population and students. We are hoping to have a new assistant principal come in who has a great deal of experience with EL, has worked at the state, is bringing a wealth of knowledge that will really take us to a different level of offering supports for our Spanish-speaking students. Our math proficiency in SAT, just as Mr. Hull said, this is our area that we definitely know we have area of growth. We did see a little bit of a decline this year. So it went from 2.2% for meets and exceeds to about 1.8%. So that is something that we are looking very closely at, and I actually participated in the Math PLC this morning and saw some very positive responses from our teachers, as well as some differentiation resources that will better support our teachers so that we can really target intensive instruction for our students. The next area is math proficiency for our African American students, and there too we went from 3.4% to 2.7% this year. So once again, math is definitely an area of focus, and we are working very closely with our entire math team, as well as our math coordinators that are building frequently, offering support and coaching for our teachers and supporting students too. Our Hispanic students, for math proficiency, we went from 3.4 to 2.7. Once again, reiterating this trend that we are well aware of, and we are being very strategic in how we can address this year. Next area is our science proficiency, and we did see a little bit of, you can see there, we went from 1.8 for exemplary, 19.4 last year for proficient, and we are at 11.4 for proficient and 0.8 for exemplary. So that's another area, math and science. We do focus on STEM, incorporating the skills that we need that are essential in math as well as in science, and showing the connection for our students so that our students can deeply understand and internalize the concepts and use it across content. Our graduation cohort, you can see we are pleased. We did see progress. We have been making progress in this area. We want all of our students to graduate on time with their peers, and so that too is a goal, an area of focus, and we are targeting that very closely. This too is our 4-year graduation rate, and then it breaks down in our demographics as well. So we did see an overall gain, and you can see the highlighted areas under 2023 that all students scored about 87.6. Our African American students scored the highest. You can see there at 90.9, and they'll get it right back up. And also then our Hispanic students were 86.1. So we definitely are focusing on that this year, making sure that we are putting all measures in place so we not only are focusing on our freshmen, but also, yes, excuse me, technical difficulties.
We're either touching it too much or not enough.
Yeah. Seems like things are a little touchy.
There's gotta be an in-between for the screen.
Yeah. Thank you, Vanna. Thank you, Vanna. It's plural.
Teamwork.
Yeah. Teamwork makes the dream work. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, now it's looking like this. What'd you just do? There we go. This one right here, right? Google slide. Got it. Okay, thank you. Excuse me, everyone. Sorry about that. All right, let me go to the next slide. Access, as Dr. Carvalho shared, Access, we work in collaboration with Access and WIDA so we can really identify exactly where our students are at so that we can offer differentiated and extremely targeted and strategic supports. Our goal, as you can see, is that we want to get our students from the beginning stages of entering, beginning, and developing, level 1, 2, and 3. We want them to get to expanding, and that point there is the 4.8 is kind of the cutoff score for us to know the difference of that, and that's how we monitor to determine exactly what rigor our students need for instruction. Our bridging and reaching areas is we would love all of our students to be there, but as you can see from the numbers that Dr. Carvalho has pointed out, we have seen a very steady increase of our Latinx students. We went in just 4 years from 280 students to 357. So that does require a different way of thinking and support and offering help with our teachers, making sure that they have the resources available, they have the coaching and support for themselves so that they know exactly how to differentiate and meet the needs of our students. We currently have Ms. Diana Medina, who is our facilitator for EL, who has built a fantastic relationship with our students, our families, who is working with us closely so that we can really make sure that we're meeting the needs of our Spanish-speaking students, but most importantly, all of our students. So there are some research-based practices that we plan to implement, which is SIOP, which is Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol, which is a highly impactful strategy that will help our students to learn, but it's really good for all students. So that is part of our plan to coach and support our teachers. And we also are working on a plan to get more of our teachers certified in EL so that they too can not only have their ability to know how to be masters of teaching our students that are coming to us, that some of them not speaking any English at all. So we have to think differently in how we approach our content. We have some teachers who have two Promethean boards in their classroom, so they have a translator so that they can translate live time with the students. So the teachers have done a great job being very creative, but we know that they need additional support for us to really see the results that we know we can for our Spanish-speaking students. This is an area that Mr. Hall discussed that I just read an article the other day about that chronic absenteeism is a national crisis right now. And we have seen that COVID has really made an impact on all school districts, but we know that this is obviously a real challenge for us. So we are working closely with West 40. West 40 has a truancy program. We just met with them a couple days ago. They are helping us to identify the students that we've had these trends. They have truancy officers. They go to their houses. They're having conversations. We have meetings with them and getting the parents and finding out what the root cause, why are the kids not in school? How can we offer additional support? So we're really taking this seriously so we can make sure that the students, we know they need to be at school on time. And this is why safety has been our top priority this entire year, as well as truancy and tardies. So we're making an impact, but we have a long way to go, and we know that. But it's being steady and consistent, we know, is very important. But, okay, our 9th grade on track. We did see a decline the last couple of years. The last 2 years, the Freshman Success Program that is based from University of Chicago, we have staff that has been trained by the University of Chicago. It's a very high impact program. And we had that implemented a few years ago. For some reason, it did not, was not implemented with fidelity. And it also started late into second semester. So what we've done is this year we have identified, we just started our second quarter. We've already identified all the students that will be participating in our Freshman on Track program, which is Freshman Success. We've identified and hired the teachers. We have created schedules. We have communication in place, and it started today. So we are pleased to see that we are starting way sooner than we have in the last few years, and we know that this program will have the results that we want to see because it is a research-based program that by implementing it with fidelity, which is the key, we'll be able to do that. And Dr. Ann Gottlieb, who's one of our assistant principals for instruction, she's been trained by the University of Chicago, and we are implementing that with true integrity. So I anticipate that we will see some results in this for sure. This is the breakdown of the demographics for all students, our African American students and our Hispanic students. And you can see where we were pretty flat last year, but you can see that there has been, kind of different trends throughout the year. So we want to make sure that every single child, we know where, and they know where they are. That's what's the most important thing is this, I've talked about this before, student agency. Students need to take ownership over their learning. We are the helpers and the facilitators for them to take ownership. So those are the conversations. We've already met with all of the freshmen. Okay. And so they all know and they're developing a plan. Here's our chronic absenteeism. We see that we have quite a few students that have been absent. We are making daily phone calls and really addressing this, like I said, with our partnership with West 40. Then our truant students and then our present students. We know that this is an area that we need to get better at. Our grade distribution is not what we would like it to be, but we also know that when students aren't in school, this is where we're really working in partnership with our parents so that our parents are learning partners with us and helping the students to get to school on time. We're working with transportation to help us with our buses getting to school on time and making sure that immediately kids get right into class. And then this also is the breakdown of enrollment per grade level. You can see our ninth graders, we have 619 ninth graders. That is a huge jump for Proviso West. So you can just imagine by having that many more students, we have to think differently with our freshmen. And our freshmen also are the students who really, we see a big impact of what COVID did because that was a very influential year for their development, that they were out of school. So we're seeing that in their emotional kind of maturity. And so we're working on some of those executive functioning skills to help them to learn how to high school and be independent thinkers on their own. So this slide I just wanted to share with you. I spoke a little bit about this before. I know it's kind of small, but I'm happy to share this with you. So as I've shared before, we are using best practices based on research and data. Every single decision that we're doing is based on that. We are using a variety of strategies to make sure that we use that data, we look at those best practices, and we're differentiating, we're supporting our teachers to do that. So we know that our kids all learn differently, so we are helping our teachers to better differentiate that. We now have PLCs that have common planning time. This time is strategically used by our district coordinators as well as our administrative team, as well as the teachers to support each other and to grow in their own practice. Our discussions revolve around data now. That was not a practice that we've had before. Tutoring is just about to start. We will have it Monday through Thursday and Saturdays, and we will be targeting exactly the kids that we want to be participating and working with the parents to get them to be there during those tutoring options. Our freshman success, I already mentioned that. student agency. Once again, it's all about the students taking ownership over their learning and them seeing their own vision for their goals and how they're going to achieve that. We have, we're working with, as I said, we're doing PBIS, we're working with West 40, and we're trying to build some, what is it that motivates our students to come to school? What is their passion? What do they want to do? What is their pathway to success? Those are the conversations that we're having with our kids. I did break down in 2 areas of our core content, ELA and math, and some of the resources that we now have that I appreciate the district's support coming in and supporting our teachers. Newsella, Red Ink, you've heard about these before in the presentations, and Lexia. Those programs provide us opportunities to really, really break down the foundational skills for our students so we know exactly where the areas and the gaps of learning are so we can target those specific skills. In the areas of math, I participated this morning in the Imagine Math training. It's outstanding. There's an initial assessment. You can find out exactly where it is in mathematics instruction. If they don't have the foundational skills, they can't get to higher levels of thinking. So we are really targeting that. And so we are all having tutoring. We have access available for our students at a lot of different opportunities. So those are kind of the areas of differentiation. Is there any other questions? Any questions for me?
What was the percentage of failures in the core courses?
I don't have that right in front of me, but I can get that for you.
Please.
I don't know if, Mr. Ashoff, do you know by any chance? No, we don't. I can find that. I can get that though. Thank you.
And I think that's real important because it's going to make a huge difference in how things turn out. Look at the percentage of failures in your core courses. My other question is, possibly some of your attendance problems could be solved. What do you guys do for students that are enrolled, still probably on your books, but haven't been in school? Something is wrong. One year we had students where we were sending report cards to they had never attended our school. So I'm wondering if some of the same stuff is happening. What are you doing to, I know the ADA, average daily attendance, make a difference in all school districts, but if a student is not coming here, it can create some problems with the absentees because they're being counted, but they've never been here. So what are you doing in reference to clearing that?
Great question. You're absolutely right. And that has been a problem. And what we have been doing is working very closely with our technology department as well as our data and assessment team. We've cleaned up the files. We've been going through all of the students, making sure that they're in school, and that also is where West 40 comes in. So West 40, what they're helping us with are the kids that had the trends last year, and then as well as this year. And so you're right, we're making sure our data is accurate and clean. It wasn't before. And so now it's cleaner. I'm not saying it's 100% perfect, but that is something that we're constantly, continually to monitor and adjust. So, we're trying to stay on that as much as we can. We know that the kids need to be in school. We make phone calls. We reach out to parents frequently. We're trying to create a shifting climate and culture so that students want to be in school. We're getting more student voice and more involvement in things that are happening in the school so they feel more ownership over it. So they aren't just told where to go, it's their place. And so they're helping decorate the school. They're helping plan events. They're doing community service projects. So kind of getting that instilled in them that they are part of something bigger than themselves. And that is something that will get the kids to want to be in school more frequently. But it is a combination of all those things that we're doing to do that. And it is also partnering with the parents, and this is the other thing. Thursday night we have parent-teacher conferences, and we really hope that we get a great turnout of our parents, because that is where we really need those learning partners, our parents, to be with us on this journey. And so we hope that many of them show up Thursday night so that we can continue to build those relationships with the parents. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Ms. Gianos, you're next.
Good morning, President Grant, esteemed board members, and Dr. Carvelis and audience. I'm Kristen Chicanos. I'm the interim principal at PMSA. We will start with freshmen on track. Last year, we ended with the highest freshman on track percentage in the 5 years that are being reported. So starting with 2019 through 2023, we ended with 97%. And then I added where we are at the end of first quarter, which was November 3rd, we ended freshman on track 98.41%. Graduation rate. So we were at 100% for 3 years in a row. The last 2 years we dipped marginally, 97%, 96%. Want to note that graduation includes not just the on-site students, but any students who might be in ALOP or attending through West 40 in a specialized program that's online. We are shooting for getting back to our 100% rate, of course. I'll just speak to that briefly. We do have some students who are credit deficient, and so what we're doing for a systemized, move this out of the way, for systemized recovery for them, so we're not doing the fourth quarter shuffle with them. We had letters sent to those students and their families. We have a Monday and Wednesday credit recovery session after school and a Tuesday and Thursday option. Those students are meeting with their counselors this week. The final meetings are through next Wednesday. The students have a compact letter. They have to pick one of the two options, either Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday. They have to commit to attending one of those options until all their deficient coursework is finished. Those sessions have been entered in Power Schools, so there's an attendance taken, but that attendance does not get reported to the state. It's simply for attendance taking purposes. We run reports on Friday by one of our administrative assistants. Any student who misses both of their sessions then has to report during lunch after they get their food and work on their credit recovery during lunch for that week. And obviously the parent signs the compact letter, the student and their counselor, and then we have a few carrot danglers as far as if they don't come to the class, some of the things would be not being eligible to participate in sports or clubs and a few other incentive-like things on the list. But the idea being we get them caught up, they're ready to graduate and walk the stage on time. Chronic absenteeism. So we were nice and low in 2021. Then last year we were at 28%. A quick reminder that ISB definition is missing 10% or more of the total number of days starting from the beginning of the year. So if a student starts off poorly in terms of attendance, but then as we build more days into the school year, they can certainly dig their way out of that label by suddenly having nice, strong attendance, and then they move out of that range. Let me back up. So Ms. Patterson asked the question about the cleanup. So working with Mr. Stelmes, he's the coordinator of enrollment, and so he noted that some of our students were no longer active. So we started off the school year with 932 students. We now have 917, and that's because some of the students that were listed either never started with us or they were students who were either at West 40 or incorrectly not taken out of the system. They had maybe registered and then moved out of the district when school started. So that's one example of data getting cleaned up.
So what if you transfer students out of here to East and West?
As far as how their profile gets moved. So there's the process for that between the two registrars, and then once they're officially moved out of the PMSA building, then they go to their homeschool building, and then their whole profile, contacts, grades, everything gets moved into the respective Power School building for where they're moving. Did that answer the question? Okay.
Everything transfers.
Yeah. And their ID number changes too, because the prefixes are different at each of the three schools.
Yeah, everything transfers.
So they don't have duplicate anything.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so the ELA proficiency on the SAT, the light green and the dark green are the two bars you want to pay attention to because that is meets and exceeds. Those two combined are the what impacts our state designation. So 7.5% on the ELA portion of the SAT for a combined 15%. That whole pie piece, if you will, goes toward our summative designation, particularly the meets and exceeds percentage. So in 2019, the 54.5 and the 17%, for a total of 72, we got prorated, if you will. They have a computation that takes that chunk and puts that toward our designation. In 2023, compared to 2022, our ELA scores actually moved up. So we went from 43 in ELA for 2022, and again, I'm adding the two green, the light green, the dark green. So we went from 43 in ELA to 50 in 2023. So I just added the 31.2 and 11.6 in 2022, and then for 2023, I added the 40.9 and the 8.6. Compared to what Dr. K was talking about, if you look at the cantaloupe color, the peach color, those are the kids that are on the cusp of moving into the meets. Those will be our focus group that we really want to try and move over the hump. If we can move them into the green, into the meets category, that gives us a better chance of getting our whole 7.5% into what will hopefully, our whole goal is to move from commendable to exemplary. So everything we can do for the metrics that go toward bumping up our state ranking, those are the things that we're really targeting. So that peach color group, those are the ones when we do our interventions, we look at the skills that those students are struggling with and try and move the needle. Moving forward, and when I'm done with math, I'll just briefly tell you, okay, but what exactly are you doing? It's one thing to talk about it. So math, if you will, by school year, again, we're looking at light green, dark green. 2018 is when we won the blue ribbon. That's when our scores, those consecutive years from 2013 to 2018 is when we were really high. So for instance, in 2019 for math, when I add the two green levels up, we were at 69%. In 2023, when I add the two green levels up, we were at 38%. Compared to 2022, when I add the two green levels up, we were at 51. So for math, we dipped. 2022, we were at 51. 2023, we were at 38. So our work is cut out for us in math. So one thing the teachers, our focus, our admin team, our focus is listen to the teachers, okay? They don't want programs to fix the problem, okay? They want to work on instruction, they want to use data. We had Jack Balderman meet with them, and he talked about important PLC work, and what does that mean? Not just talking about the curriculum and instruction, but looking at the student data. So we had our STAR test last year, it was given 3 times. But what do you actually do with the data? So this year, we're being intentional with the STAR data. Parents, when they come on Thursday, will get a copy of the what's called the family report and an explanation in English and Spanish that accompanies the report. Today I sent an email blast to families reminding them about parent-teacher conferences and telling them what they would get when they come in, which is a copy of their report card, their student schedule, and this particular report. I also thanked them and reminded them how important attendance is, and mentioned, that their partnership with us in making sure their student gets to school is huge because chronic absenteeism will impact our state designation. So moving from here, the science assessment. Prior to last year, the science assessment counts as 5%, so it's a smaller piece of the pie toward our summative designation. Prior to last year, it was only participation that you got points toward the piece of the pie. Last year, as we decided, we're actually going to count your proficiency, how well your kids do on the test. The kicker is ISB does not provide any practice tests for the ISA, the Illinois Science Assessment. They don't provide any resources. They just tell you it's grade 11 science, biology, physics, and chemistry. So Ms. Roach, the science coordinator, and I and Ms. Mason, our AP of instruction, have our work cut out for us. We know that it's based on NGSS, the national, the Next Generation Science Standards, which is what our science curricula for those 3 grade levels are based on. But there's just not a lot of resources out there for our science teachers to prepare our students. So at least Ms. Roach and I, again, we have to work with the science team as best we can to just work with the NGSS standards, but not a lot of practice material out there. All right, ELL and SPED. Let's look at 2022 and 2023. This correlates with the district data that Dr. Kay presented. Our students with ELL, with an ELL designation, so PMSA has a 70% Hispanic population, and we're at 7.7% of students who have an ELL designation. Our world language teachers specifically wanted to know access scores for our students, and I was working with Mr. Ashoff, who's our coordinator of data, and he informed me that all the access scores for every student who has an ELL designation are right in PowerSchool. So teachers can look in a student's profile and see their access scores. They don't have to go asking for attachments or documents from someone behind the scenes. So with that information, our world language teachers can actually use the STAR reading test scores for the ELL students, look at their access score, and then see which areas in reading ELL students need extra help on in their target language. So that data, the STAR data combined with the access scores, is very, very helpful to combine and form a plan with. As far as another tool, we have a program called Lexia Power Up. Since we don't have sheltered bilingual or sheltered ELL classes here at PMSA, and our ELL designated students are integrated throughout our regular honors classes, Ms. Tanaka is our liaison with the vendor for that program. And we have an online program that the students take a baseline diagnostic, and it provides supplemental enrichment for students who have an ELL designation where they're at, and it's scaffolded exercises that will increase based on as they, we're looking, like Dr. Kay said, to move them up to bridging. That's what this program is for. So Ms. Tanaka and I are working on setting up a time for that vendor to come and work with the world language teacher so they can utilize that program. All right, moving students with IEPs. I'm excited to say that for the first time, PMSA has a position for a dedicated SPED resource teacher. So the candidate is on the personnel report tonight. So this person will have their own caseload of students, and that will be wonderful for our students with IEPs because historically their case managers have been at their home schools, East and West. All right, and the last slide. Our current grade distribution for first quarter, the pie chart on the left shows where the students ended. So 50% of students ended up, there were 50% of all the grades given were A's, and 6% of all the grades issued were, 6% of them were F's. I will front load Ms. Patterson's question if she asks me how many F's, what's the percentage of F's that were given in core classes. The answer is 12%. Of those 6%, 12% were for core classes. Chronic absenteeism, we're at 16% absent. Yellow, 18% is truant, which means 5 to 10% of the students are absent. They're absent 5 to 10% of the total number of school days. And then a quick comparison at the end of the year, where I have it highlighted in yellow on the far side, we ended with a 91.72% ADA, average daily attendance. And then at the end of the first quarter, where I have it in blue, we ended first quarter with a 94.59 average daily attendance. there are any questions, I'll take them now. Otherwise, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Hess.
All right.
And
This
just,
concludes,
I was just going to add, for everyone at home, if you wanted to see this presentation again, it is online in the board book, in the online board book, so you can look at it again.
and this concludes the superintendent's report. My third graders like to talk. It went a little longer than I expected.
That's okay, this is
apologize.
information,
Amanda?
important information. Did you have a question?
Question. And I just wanted to inform the public that when you look at this presentation online in the board book, there's going to be some very vital information that you're not going to find. So I'm going to direct you to the Illinois State report card, because as we talk about attendance and we report to the community the success of our students, the one thing that we fail to mention is the attendance of our teachers. And I really want you to pay attention to those that are supposed to be in front of our students every day. And I want you to look at that chronic absentee rate that we just put up there for the students and compare them to the ones that we pay to be here. The ones that we pay to educate our students. Our attendance rate for teachers in Proviso High School District 209 is a 52.3 chronic absentee rate. 52.3. Now, there was a time when the board was being transparent and letting the public know that your tax dollars were being spent for people to not come to school, because this directly impacts the students' learning. The consistency of a teacher and not a sub who may or may not know the assignment or the student's level. These are the things that directly impact all of that stuff that we just saw, but it was left out. I wonder why. Also, financially, I want you to take a look or inquire as to how much money we're having to pay on subs to fill in for these teachers that are not coming to work. Now, if 52.3% is acceptable to the Proviso Township Districts 209, then so be it. I just thought as a board member, being transparent, that you needed to know that part of the Illinois State Report card also, because it's on there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carvelis. On to the President's report. It has been a day. It's been a day. And there's a lot, and there was a lot before today. So, really quickly, I would like to open with some information. Recently, we lost 2 staff members, and I would like to take some time to acknowledge them. Ms. Kimberly Burke, who was a cafeteria worker stationed here at PMSA, but she also filled in at East and West whenever she was needed, recently passed away. And also teacher Jenny Miller from East, who was an 18-year teacher, spent 18 years teaching here at District 209. Our thoughts are with her family and friends, and also all of the affected staff and students. You know, one thing I think as an educator, a really good educator and supporter of our students, whether you're nurturing their minds or bodies, is, you know that you've made a difference. And we certainly will miss them, and, may their memory be a blessing. So if we could just have a moment of silence for Ms. Burke and Ms. Miller. Thank you. Also do want to address the incident today at West. We did have a soft lockdown situation. We had an isolated incident. I want to thank our staff, police, and emergency crews for their swift response. We've been very fortunate at West. This year has been actually really good. And a difference from last year. When I went to the Take Your Parents Back to School Day on September 28th, I believe, this year at West, a staff member came up to me and said that last year at that time, they had called the police nearly every single day because of fights at West. And this year, up till that point, they had not been called at all. And I confirmed that with the Hillside Chief of Police. They've done tremendous work to change the culture at West, and I thank all of the staff who have had a hand in that. In a little over an hour from the start of the incident today, the incident was handled, emergency staff was called in, staff was handling it at the school level, and in just over an hour, we had started pushing out a message to parents and our school communities about what had happened. That's a tremendous turnaround time, but I do want to remind people it takes time. The priority is staff and student safety. That has to be done first before we start worrying about robocalls or messages. We have to secure the building first. I went there, I saw parents picking up their kids, and I saw Principal Martinez talking to every single parent who came in. The only time she stopped talking to parents was so that she could run and make copies of the statement so she could hand them out to parents. Overall, the atmosphere was very calm when I got there. I thank our security staff tremendously, including Officer Stepter, who was first on the scene. And I'm sure we'll be talking about him in weeks to come, but I have no doubt that he prevented something that could have been worse. And our security guards here made an important point tonight. We'll get to that in a minute. I also want to thank Mr. Libertus Robinson and Johnny Woback for being on top of things. We never want a situation like this to happen. You know, we see the headlines. We know we have a national problem with violence in our schools. We hope it never happens here, but if it does, we have processes in place and capable staff who can enact those processes right away. And I think our staff at West, they did what they were supposed to do today. Thank you. Thank you, truly. In the past couple of years, there was a kind of a shift in organization in our district, and security, which had been kind of a standalone department, had been changed and moved under some other branches of our organization. But if you look at most top performing school districts in the state of Illinois, security is its own department. The security manager works hand in hand with the superintendent, and the security leads at each building work hand in hand with their principals. That's how it has to be done for the most effective safety practices. And that's what we're going to get back to. In the next few weeks, Mr. Pavoni will be interviewing people for a safety and security manager. We are going to get back to having security be its own department, a standalone department in the school that reports directly to the superintendent. That is the best practice in our state, and it is most effective when it comes to securing our buildings and ensuring the safety of our students and staff. Something else I'd like to point out is that last month, on October 24th, we approved the hiring of 12 new security positions, 4 at East and 8 at West. Those were posted the very next day. We know we need more security at our schools. We've known that. And now we need people to apply. We need people to join us. We heard from the security guards tonight. They need more resources, and we also need a more diverse staff. Our security guards are asking for a more diverse staff. So if you know people, please let them know we are hiring. We know we need this. We want this, because our students can't learn if they don't feel safe. We know this. We will have a crisis team in place tomorrow at West for students and staff. If there is anyone who needs to talk to someone, please, I urge you to reach out. We will have people in place. And I'd also like to share an email that Ms. Martinez received after this happened. And this is from a parent. Thank you for all you do to keep our kids safe. I was there today for another reason, and I saw the parents in panic trying to get their kids out of school. I know this is hard for you, but I'm going to put you in my prayers. It is our jobs as parents to control our kids, not yours. I really hope the parents of these kids pay attention and correct them on time. And that goes back to what Ms. Gillespie was saying, to make sure that the bar is not so low that parents and students are tripping over it. Parents, please communicate with your students. Now that they're teenagers is not the time to step back because they're more independent. It's the time to lean in now more than ever. Our kids need us now more than ever. We have to know what they're doing. We have to know what they're up to. We have to know how their school day is going. Parent-teacher conferences are Thursday night from 6 to 8 at all 3 schools. Please come out and meet your students' teachers. Check Power School and Schoology early and often, because that's going to tell you how they're doing in their classes and how often they're there. And that goes to our absentee and truancy rates. We as parents have to stay on top of our kids and what they're doing in schools. So thank you, everyone who had a hand in taking care of our kids today, truly. My board member heart and my mom heart, thank you very, very much. I do have some community resources for everyone, and then I'm going to actually hand it off to my fellow board members for a quick minute or two, just to talk about things that they have on their radar that are coming up, things that we know we want to address, and things that we know we want to discuss coming up. So, do you have the... Thank you so much. As we know, Thanksgiving's coming. There are a lot of great free food and clothing winter coat giveaways. So if you need assistance, please, please, please take advantage of these resources. Share them with people, friends and family who might need these as well. We have our the Food for the Body and Spirit giveaway on November 17th. I'm going to look at my copy because it's so much closer. That's going to be in Broadview. This is done every year. They give out so many turkeys. So it's a great way to start. They will provide thousands of turkeys and trimmings to help families in need. That same day, there is from noon to 2 in Bellwood, there's an annual coat and food giveaway. So please, if you need assistance there, or if you want to help, this is a great way for students to get service hours. We have another turkey giveaway that's hosted by a candidate for Congress, and this is in Maywood. This is going to be Saturday, November 18th in the afternoon. And then finally on Sunday, November 19th, we have the turkey drive-through giveaway at Proviso West for our district. And I want to give a special shout out to this one because this is funded by the staff in our district. They pay to have turkeys brought in so we can distribute them to our families. So thank you so much to all of our staff who has made this possible. It would help if I could, sorry. We do have upcoming, I want to point this out, our Proviso East Gym Battle. This is always a fun event. This is going to be hosted at East with a few visiting schools. This is a band competition. And then again, we have our Delta Academy and Delta Gems, which is a really great program. I've heard some wonderful things from people taking advantage of this. This is free, and this is for our girls who are just need some guidance and some other resources to be the great leaders we know that they can be. Last but not least, we have a FAFSA workshop that's going to be here at PMSA, and that's going to be, oh my gosh, sorry. It's going to be on November 28th. So please, families of juniors and seniors, please come on out. This is a free seminar for families. Please come out and get the information you need to fill out those FAFSA forms. And get financial aid that you need for any kind of secondary education. We do have our upcoming board committee meetings. To round out November, we have the Parent and Community Engagement Committee and the Policy Committee. They'll both be meeting. In the beginning of December, we have the Finance Committee, followed by the Facilities meeting. There we go. Those are always open to the public. We invite you to join us. If you can't come physically, feel free to follow along online because these meetings are live streamed. And then finally, a few things that are on my radar as we're going into the holidays and rounding out the end of this calendar year. At our next board meeting, we will be getting the results of our financial audit. You will get a wonderful preview of that at our finance committee meeting. So if you would like a sneak preview, please attend or tune in. After our financial audit is done, we are going to proceed with our HR audit. That will be next, looking at different positions. We have a few more larger systemic issues to solve in our district in terms of making sure that we have competitive salaries with similar sized districts around us, and also being equitable within our own district. And those are things that we're going to be exploring as we move forward. I've been approached about restarting and revamping the STEAM camp. This was held, if anyone remembers, this was held at West before COVID. It was a wonderful summer camp program that students went through. It was all the science and marketing of making lotions. So you could actually go and try the different lotions, and it was all the science behind it, and then how do you market your product. It was doing focus groups. It was really an incredible program, and then of course COVID came and like it does, ruined everything. We would like to start that back up, but with a manufacturing component. We have such a wonderful bustling manufacturing program now that we're building in our district. That not only are we going to focus on making these bath and body products, but focusing on the containers that come in. And what does it take to make the container? What is it like to design a product from start to finish? And that's a wonderful experience we can give our students. So we're looking at starting that again. We are also looking at, I'm looking at, I'd really like for us to do a career fair in the spring that invites all unions, a bunch of different careers, and military groups into our schools, so our kids can have these experiences and really see what it's like to get a job in a certain field. What does it take to get there? What kind of education do you need? How do you get started? What are some obstacles you might face along the way? How do you get through those? By talking to people who are actually in those fields. I think that would be a tremendous experience for our kids, and that's something I want to organize for the spring. And then finally, we will be starting negotiations tomorrow morning with the Proviso Teachers Union. And I am really confident that we are going to be able to work together to build something that really works for everyone in our district, and be able to grow and strengthen our district moving forward. So at this time, I will turn it over to any of my fellow board members who have not had a chance to speak. If there's anything on your radar or anything that you would like to share with the community, now is your time.
Good evening. Real quickly, some of us will be attending a conference this week. Our next board meeting, I will be giving a report of the workshops that I attended. This is your tax dollars. You need to know about the conferences that we attend.
Good evening, everyone. Last October, the 24th, last meeting we had, I was a little late, not because of personal issues, but there was a student outside here at PMSA and she had a flat tire. So I had my truck. She said she was waiting for that, but I never got there. I changed the tire. Luckily I had my tools because the rim wouldn't come off. And I was thinking that, winter's coming, and not even in winter, maybe, in spring, whenever the kids are in school, if we could have some kind of student help sign. Universities have them, hospitals have them. If they need a jump or help with change the tire, I think that is something that we should have in all our schools for our students to call the number, hey, I need a jump. They might be from a single parent home and they might need help, so I thought of that. Also, a few weeks ago, I called PMSA and I was waiting on the phone 20 minutes. I'm not badging anyone, but we got this new phone system, Ring Central. Can we just program it maybe so when you're waiting 2 or 3 minutes, it just redirects to somebody else, just so people won't be here. They're holding for 20 minutes, like myself. I like to do that just to, I'm in the community, I hear these things, so when I get the opportunity, I'll call the school Just like everybody else, and yeah, they're right, a lot of the parents are right, nobody answers the phone. So not only here, I hear it in the West, at least I haven't heard, because I don't know anybody over there. My kids used to do it, but not now, but they're graduated. So that's another thing, and we definitely need more security at West for sure. And we also need to address the catalytic converter issue that's affecting our teachers, our students. We need to really address that back in Carlos. I know it's a camera system that actually wants plates, but by the time your plate, if somebody wants a plate, by the time that happens, and police get here, your catalytic converter. So we need to look into that. I don't know what we could do, or I would definitely speak about this in our facilities committee to the director of maintenance to see what we could do to help. Again, that's all I have.
Ms. Grant already said the Parent and Community Engagement Committee meeting is next Tuesday. It'll be 5:30 here at PMSA. I know it's before the holiday, but I really don't want to move it or miss it, and so I hope you will join me. Like Mrs. Hickson said, I'll also be going to that conference, and I'm extremely excited because I have a very aggressive schedule that I picked, but I would like to also present what we learn and give back to the community of what we are looking to learn and do and grow as board members.
I really hate when somebody speaks over somebody else like you guys are doing over there.
What's that?
No, over there, they're speaking, I can't hear Jenny because I hear some monkey in the...
Oh, they're talking down here?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. But I'm really excited to share. The one last quick anecdote is about Mrs. Miller at Proviso East. When I told my East graduate, I said, did you know her? And he said, no, I didn't have her in a class, but I saw her all the time, and I knew she cared about us. So she'll be missed.
Yeah, good evening. 3 things. I too will be attending the conference, so I will provide a summary of what I learned. For the Finance Committee meeting on the 4th, I would also like to add more information about the tax levy. I think this is useful for the public to know. So we'll be talking about the financial snapshot/audit and the tax levy. All are welcome to attend. And of course, it's streamed live. And then the third thing is I would like to commend the security at West. I was there about maybe 3 weeks ago for an event. They stopped me because I was unfamiliar to them, so I appreciate that. And I know they're working very hard, so I commend everyone that came together. It's a trying and difficult time, but I appreciate all that you do, all that everyone does at the schools to make it the best environment for our students. Thank you.
Mr. Alexander, did you have anything you want to add?
No, just my condolences to Jenny. I knew Jenny personally, and I knew Jenny longer than I've been a board member. So when I got the news, I didn't really identify it as being her. And then when I had spoken to someone else, they told me that it was. So I've known Jenny for years, and it was really sad. So just prayers for her family and for Proviso. That's all.
Thank you.
I have something, Amanda. I'm asking that old business, new business be put back on the agenda as it should. I also would like to say, for the students to be on the lookout, I've got my hands tied up as far as the school confirmed. Looking to take 50 students to Morehouse, Spillman, Clark, Atlanta, Morris Brown, Alabama A&M, Tuskegee Institute, Dillard University, Xavier University, Alcorn State University, Jackson State University, along with a couple more. And by tomorrow, you'll have all of that information. And so I'm going to need this Board of Education support to invest in those 50 students that will sign up for this trip. I will be attending the conference, paying my own money. Thank you.
Thank you. To add to what Mr. Alexander said, yesterday we knew we had a situation at East, so we did have a crisis team there as well to help students and staff who were grieving Ms. Miller's passing. Finally, we will have our presentation from HYA, our superintendent search firm. in December. They could not be here tonight, unfortunately, but they will be here at the December meeting for a presentation. And in the meantime, we hope everyone has a very happy and healthy and safe Thanksgiving. Thank you. At this time, may I have a motion to adopt the minutes of the October 24th, 2023 board meeting?
So, second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Abstain.
Mrs. Hickson? Aye. Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Nay.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Mr. Beltran?
Aye.
Ms. Barban? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. At this time, may I have a motion to approve the bills list as presented?
So,
Second.
Any discussion?
Discussion. I would like to have for the attorney bills that we are used to getting what it is that we're paying for versus just getting what we're going to pay them. I think it's important that we know what it is.
So you'd like the itemized list that we get before?
Yeah, the bill Gleason used to give to every board member.
Yeah,
Got it. Okay. We can make that happen. Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mrs. Hickson? Aye. Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Mr. Beltran?
Aye.
Ms. Barban? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the past due bills list to be paid as presented?
So,
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mrs. Hickson? Aye. Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson? Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Mr. Beltran?
Aye.
Ms. Barban? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the estimated 2023 tax levy in the amount of $73,738,784 and to hold the final levy adoption hearing in December as presented?
So, second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mrs. Hickson? Aye. Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Mr. Beltran?
Aye.
Ms. Barban? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the purchase and rental of band instruments for Proviso East High School?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mrs. Hickson? Aye. Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Mr. Beltran?
Aye.
Ms. Barban? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the removal of the Board of Education meeting scheduled for November 28, 2023?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Discussion, we're just canceling the second November meeting because it's right after the Thanksgiving holiday and the turnaround time for staff and us to prepare something was just too short. So rather than have a rush meeting, we're going to go ahead and skip it and we will see you in December. Please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mrs. Hickson? Aye. Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Mr. Beltran?
Aye.
Ms. Barban? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the compensation for administrators and special payroll employees as presented, effective July 1st, 2023? So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Hickson?
Yes.
A.
Over in the special payroll.
Oh, special payroll. This is the COLA, the cost of living increase. Any discussion?
Yeah, discussion, didn't we have somebody come up and say they were not part of that? She was not on that. Yeah, I would like to see why she's not. So, should we table this, or should we just talk about?
Can Mr. Cavoni edit that?
Yeah, Mr. Coyne?
Why is Mrs. Watson not on the?
So this isn't isolated to just Ms. Watson. Any individual who received an increase at the start of the school year was not included in this action item. So there was a change in salary and position, so it would have been an increase, then an additional 2%. So individuals who received an increase for a new position, they were not included in this action item.
And they would be up on this list with the next. They would be up on this list with the next year.
For the next school year, correct.
Okay.
And who decides that?
Correct.
Is that for policy?
No.
Policy for
Is there policy for that, or that's just something?
It's something arbitrary, because from what I understand, this money that they're saying that they got, or it had been in discussion months and months in advance, it just happened to be there. These people would be entitled to 2%. All you gotta do is go back the last 4, 5, 6 years when they've gotten this increase. I don't know how this came about. No? I just think we should table this.
Been tabled twice now.
Yeah, it's already on.
Well, you weren't gonna bring it up if I had not said anything about it. It was gonna stay tabled. I actually initiated bringing this back up. But what I'm seeing is that we pay some people and then others we don't, and it's a problem.
Just for clarification, individuals were not listed on this if they changed roles or went into a new position or received a substantial increase over the previous year. So at the start of this school year. So all those individuals were left off this list. So these are individuals for the 22-23 school year who did not receive a COLA, a cost of living adjustment, for the current school year. And they did not go into a new position receiving additional salary increase.
So is this a cost of living increase, or is this just an increase? Because Ms. Watson was saying.
This has been a action item with the board for many years.
This is a cost of living allowance.
No, I understand that, but it's different from getting a raise from cost of
Right,
living.
and she wasn't, and others were not included in this list because they got a position increase that also was accompanied with a raise.
It's a different, our attorneys, the verbiage is different, correct?
There's a distinction between the two, but.
Right, there's a distinction, but you can't, the verbiage will be different. So technically, she would not be part of the cost of living based on the verbiage. That's what
Because she wasn't enrolled for a year.
It just seems, we've been doing all this increase, it just seems, she's been here for a long time, I just would like to review that if we could, I mean, I don't mind passing what we're, not tabling it, but look at that incident separately.
To revisit that.
And we revisit that for the summer.
Could you send us a list
I
of
wouldn't
those
want
not
to
on
table
it?
it.
So if he sends us a list of those not on it, with their most recent increase and a reason why, and then we can fill in the gaps if necessary for any of those that are not on this list currently.
Not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
So there's I'm sorry, go ahead.
But that's what's been happening. That's how some of these people got where they were. We talk about, we're gonna increase, we talk about it, am I correct? Mr. Wallace, and when it should happen, it didn't happen, and then all of a sudden it did happen. And now you're saying, oh, well, since you got that, you're not entitled to 2%.
Amanda, can we just make that part of next month's agenda, that is specific item? We won't slip us.
Yeah, can we revisit that? Can we get some information about that later on? And I did actually have a question for you, Mr. Pavoni. Our 3 bargaining units here, do they get cost of living allowance increases each year, or how does that work for people who are not on this?
No, they're in a contract, they're in a collective bargaining agreement that we negotiate their annual increases for the term of that collective bargaining agreement.
But there is an annual increase every year?
There is an increase.
Okay.
Maybe it's like 7%.
Okay, so this is separate because they are not in a bargaining unit?
These are all non-represented individuals not in a collective bargaining.
Okay, so all of our groups would get a cost of living allowance or some kind of raise or increase each year?
SEIU, support staff, PTU, they all get annual increases.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
So is it the outcome? Bring it back up, or?
The people who are not?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm asking for him to actually send it to us and let's not wait for December. If we could see that information before that would be good so it doesn't fall off
People on
the
a
radar.
separate one, you just move on with this one.
Well, no, that's what we're doing,
Yeah.
that's what we're
That makes
doing,
more
but we're
sense.
just making sure that we have a plan of action, so people.
But it's just my concern, I just want to look at the verbiage.
So we make sure nobody gets dropped off.
Right, I think, yeah,
When
Mr.
we are
Gutierrez wants to make sure that nothing slips through the cracks,
Yeah.
right, Sam?
Correct.
Yeah. All right, so then, Ms.
Madam President, there was a motion to table that either needs to fail for want of a second, or somebody needs a second, and or you can withdraw it.
I think, Sam, you originally said
Yeah,
table, right?
I would want to table, I want everybody to get, what they're gonna get, but I also don't want to put that to the side. That's why we're talking about it and make sure we bring it back up in December as an action item after we receive the information based on that. Okay.
that work?
We're gonna vote for this.
Correct. All right, so this original motion is still open, because no one seconded the other one.
Right now, yes.
All right, so let's go ahead and call the roll.
And this is, I'm sorry, I'm calling the roll to.
And we are, this is a motion to approve the compensation for administrators and special payroll employees as presented effective July 1st, 2023.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mrs. Hickson? Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Graham?
Aye.
Mr. Beltieres?
Aye.
Ms. Barbahan? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the advanced placement test purchase for students at all three campuses as presented?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mrs. Hickson? Aye. Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Graham?
Aye.
Mr. Beltieres?
Aye.
Ms. Barbahan? Aye. Motion carried.
Approval of as-needed agency support related to health and nursing services with Maxim Healthcare Services. Oh, I'm sorry, I read the agenda item. May I have a motion to approve the as-needed agency support related to health and nursing services with Maxim Healthcare Services for the 23-24 school year?
Second.
Any discussion? This is to give our school nurses, and then the nursing office the support they need. Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mrs. Hickson? Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson? Ms. Graham?
Aye.
Mr. Beltieres?
Aye.
Ms. Barbahan? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the written consent decree order with the Department of Labor concerning Fair Labor Standards Act compliance as presented?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mrs. Hickson? Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Graham?
Aye.
Mr. Beltieres?
Aye.
Ms. Barbahan? Aye. Motion carried.
May I have a motion to approve the written payment agreement with Motion Solutions Elevator Company for the 22-23 services in the amount of $41,850 as presented?
Madam President, can I just clarify something?
Yes.
We're waiting on one piece of information to come through from the group from Motion Solutions and its pension system. We're asking that the board's approval be contingent on Motion Solutions submitting a new vendor form and a W-9.
Okay.
And I can just very briefly explain. This one is a little unusual in that it's a pass-through bill. The district is paying it. The elevator company has assigned the payment to its union and its pension system. So because the payment's not going to go directly to Motion Solutions, it's going to its union's pension system. We have an agreement that's in your board packet, and we just need that pension system to submit the vendor form.
Right. Okay, so can I have a motion to
Hold on.
approve? I'm sorry.
Why is that being done?
Why is it? Because Motion Solutions, I believe, I don't know this to be certain, I believe the company may be dissolving. The owner passed away last year, and the money is owed from the company to the workers who actually perform the work.
Then if I could reread that?
Yes.
May I have a motion to approve the written payment agreement with Motion Solutions Elevator Company for the 2022-23 services in the amount of $41,850 as presented, yet contingent on receiving the necessary paperwork?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mrs. Hickson? Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Graham?
Aye.
Mr. Beltieres?
Aye.
Ms. Barbahan? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. At this time, I get a motion to authorize the appointments, resignations, terminations, and stipend awards as set forth in the November 14th, 2023 personnel report. Oh, as presented.
On what?
know what, I'm sorry, did anyone want to pull something from the personnel report? I did. Okay, please, let's do that, and then I'm going to, we'll pass the entire one, and then we'll go individually on one that we pull. Okay, thank you.
For me, it's A5.
What was the big number in front of it?
185?
Thank you.
185.
1B1.
181.
Which one is it?
1B1.
Any others?
Yeah. 4A4.
Okay. Were there any more?
No.
No, okay, sorry. I did not hear. Okay, any others? Okay.
5C1.
5C1.
Okay. Any others? Okay.
A1, A2.
Okay.
1A2.
182.
Any others? Okay. May I have a motion to authorize the appointments, resignations, terminations, and stipend awards as set forth in the November 14, 2023 personnel report as presented, accepting 1A2, 1A5, 1B1, 4A4, 5C1, and that was it. Okay, thank you. So a motion to approve everything except the ones I just listed that were pulled.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mrs. Hickson?
Aye.
Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson? Ms. Graham?
Aye.
Mr. Beltieres?
Aye.
Ms. Barbahan? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. May I get a motion to approve 1A2? So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Come back to me.
Mrs. Hickson?
Aye.
Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Nay.
Ms. Graham?
Aye.
Mr. Beltieres?
Aye.
Ms. Barbahan? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. Oh, you gotta come back to Mr. Alexander. He's good.
Oh, Mr. Alexander, sorry.
You know, it's not your fault, I haven't been here for a while. That's 1A5, right?
No, that was 1A2.
1A2?
Yes,
Aye.
thank you.
Motion carried.
May I have a motion to approve 1A5? So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
For 1A5, Mr. Alexander?
Come back to me.
Mrs. Hickson?
Nay.
Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Nay.
Ms. Graham?
Aye.
Mr. Beltieres?
Nay.
Ms. Barbahan? Aye. Mr. Alexander?
Nay.
Motion failed.
Can I please get a motion to approve 1B1?
I'm going to motion to table that. Can I do that?
As long as someone seconds.
Second.
Okay, so now the motion is to table 1B1.
Table.
The motion is on the floor to table 1B1. Any
Table,
discussion?
which one amendment? 1B1.
1B1, we have a live motion on the floor.
The table it again?
Yeah, table it again. I think there's misunderstanding on the percentage.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
We call the roll to table?
Yes, that is correct.
To table 1B1, Mr. Alexander?
Nay.
Mrs. Mrs. Hickson?
Aye.
Mr. Ocampo?
Nay.
Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Grant?
Nay.
Mr. Belterra?
Aye.
Ms. Barbahan? Nay. Motion failed. Carried.
No.
Sorry, failed.
Yes, motion fails.
It's late.
It's late. Can I get a motion to approve 1B1? So moved.
Sorry.
Any discussion? All right, hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Come back.
Mrs. Hickson?
Nay.
Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Nay.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Mr. Belterra?
Nay.
Ms. Barbahan? Aye. Mr. Alexander?
Nay.
Motion failed.
Can I please get a motion to approve 4A4? So moved. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll for 4A4.
Mr. Alexander?
Come back, I'm sorry.
What's the motion? I'm sorry.
It's 4A4.
Oh, just to go.
Just to approve. That's correct.
484. Mrs. Hickson?
Nay.
Mr. Ocampo?
Nay.
Ms. Patterson?
Nay.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Mr. Belterra?
Aye.
Ms. Barbahan? Aye. Mr. Alexander?
Nay.
Motion failed.
Can I get a motion to approve 5C1?
So moved.
Second, discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
I'm sorry, what was the motion?
To approve.
To approve.
To approve the donation for it, though.
I was supposed to, I wanted to make a motion to table. I'm sorry, I had pulled it. Can we go back? I didn't want to make a motion to terminate, I wanted to make a motion to table. Can I restate my motion?
You pulled it from the consent agenda.
Yes.
There's a motion on the table to approve.
Right.
You're asking to table now. It needs a second. It's going to be tabled.
Second.
I'm sorry, Amanda, I didn't,
That's right. So this motion, just so we're all on the same page, it is for 5C1, and it is to table it.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
I'm just trying to take all my notes.
Yeah, take your time, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, can we take the roll?
All right, motion to table 5C1. Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mrs. Hickson?
Come back to me.
Sure. Mr. Ocampo?
Nay.
Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Grant?
Nay.
Mr. Belterra?
Nay.
Ms. Barbahan? Nay. Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Motion failed.
Okay, so at this time, I need a motion to approve 5C1. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Alexander?
Nay.
Mrs. Hickson? I'm sorry.
Nay.
Mr. Ocampo?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson?
Nay.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Mr. Belterra?
Aye.
Ms. Barbahan? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. At this time, that handles the personnel report. Everyone had in their packet the first reading of policy amendments 230, 370, and 660. That was an information item for this month. It will be an action item for December. So please make sure that you've had a chance to look at that and direct any questions to Ms. Hickson, as chair of our policy committee, and you can also reach out to Mr. Havomi. Can you please read the FOIA report into the record, Ms. Barbahan?
I do not have it.
Okay. That's okay.
Do you have it?
Yeah, it's right here.
All right.
In November 2023, Proviso Township High School District
209 received the following FOIA requests. On November 3rd, 2023, Smart Procure submitted a commercial FOIA request for all purchasing records from 3/14/2023 to the current request date of 11/3/2023. D209 has asked the scope of the request to be narrowed. That's the report.
Thank you. At this time, can I please have a motion to adjourn? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are closed. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Thank you.
Good holidays.